new Modern Warfare, these new Call of Duty games, period. Now, ultimately, though, campaign is only a small part of the equation. Multiplayer is what most people, give a shit about.
True.
And, they've shown off some of the...
But that doesn't mean they don't care about a good campaign.
New movements in Modern Warfare 4, and as some people pointed out, awesome. Literally cannot tell the difference between Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, or this. What a load of garbage, and I don't know. I just feel like so many of these Call of Duty games, they just look so alike, and it all goes back to the fact that they are running, again, on that same engine, which it all really started around 2022, and I feel like it has done kind of a lasting damage to these sub-franchises, as they just don't feel distinctly different. Although it does feel like Modern Warfare 4, they're kind of at least doing some things to improve things. We'll talk about that more in a second. But yeah, we're going to be getting red dot on the minimap, map voting, updated movement, new mantle system, ledge hang, slide canceling, a theater mode, no bloom, 12 6v6 maps.
No bloom, holy, that's progress.
Plus gunfight and big war, classic prestige, classic perk system. I think ninja's also a perk this go around. Operator and streaks per loadout. And yeah, people are applauding these efforts, but it's like a lot of this stuff was staples of the Call of Duty franchise years ago, and it was removed for no reason. But they bring it back, and it's like create a problem, sell a solution with a new installment.
People get mad about this, but the reality is, guys, I've been saying this for a long time. It worked. They did it. Like, look at how long they literally fucking didn't just threw slop on the ground for you to eat, and it worked. They didn't even give you a fucking plate. They didn't need to. People still played all of the CODs, all of the bad shit. Just got in stuff taken away, and then maybe, if lucky, re-added in later point. It's literally the Bethesda Field of View slider all over again. And it worked again. Why would they actually change anything if you're still playing the game? When you start to not play the game and you start to actually vote with your wallet, then there's an impact. That's when the impacts happen.
Just what this franchise has become. And I'm sure there's going to be some aspect, some area in which they're going to piss people off with. But
I think I already found it. What the fuck is this Saint Floyd bullshit?
Off with. But yeah, I mean, the one...
And I mean, this is so clearly an ESG thing, by the way. Because none of these locations make sense for something like this to exist or not actually get just blatantly vandalized. Like, everything's full of garbage, everything's this and that, but for some reason there's just this magical mural of a magical black woman. It makes no sense. This is pure ESG filth right there. It exists because of that. That's it. Like, look at how out of place it just feels.
To piss people off with. But yeah, I mean, the one thing I will give them props on is...
Yeah, like, look at the rest of the map. Look at the rest of the map. But no, there's this magical fucking mural right there.
They actually figured out that people care about a nice user interface, and they don't want everything to look exactly the same. And the Gaming Revolution points out, it shows you how much Call of Duty has effed up their menu in recent years, when this is one of the most liked Modern Warfare posts by Infinity Ward. Yeah, about 30,000 likes on that post showing it off, and I think it does look pretty good. And that does matter, in my opinion, to these Call of Duty experiences and making them feel and look different. But I think one of the biggest concerns with Modern Warfare 4 is going to be the cheating front. And this is a revelation that came from an influencer who talked about how they confronted Infinity Ward about the cheating issue and the fact that they had, well, basically no answers for them.
Oh shit, boys. I just got a message. My blinds are ready! No more ghetto trash. Holy! We're moving up in life. Like the video so we can move up in life more.
Why did anyone question hacking situation for MW4? Bro, I'm telling you, we were in the meeting with Call of Duty, and somebody raised their hand and asked about Ricochet and why they keep getting shadow banned, like the whole ordeal of getting hacked on. They literally didn't answer, bro. They didn't answer that question. They said we won't talk about that right now. We'll talk about Team Ricochet. Will put out an announcement. Because I mean, there's really nothing to say. What are they gonna sit here and say? You know what I mean? It's either you stop the hackers or you don't, and obviously they can't.
The answer is you don't. Otherwise, you need to ban, people. He said. and then it's bad. Admittedly, I did fund the fake cat situation a lot, and it was a great time, not gonna lie. Some people are really stupid. So I kind of don't want them to ban cheaters. I want that to happen again, because let's be real, that's probably the most fun you can get with Call of Duty and Battlefield.
Can't. So it's just like,
I think he summarizes my thoughts towards the end. There's just
a man literally just texted me a smiling emoji, thumbs up, and handshake fucking thing on an SMS message, because I said yes, tomato is good for putting up the blinders. Wow, that is impressively disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, okay? If you're a man, do not do that. Do not do... You know, I'd rather have a fucking flimsy, weak-ass pussy handshake than get a text like that. Jesus Christ, wow. I feel bad now. What the hell is this?
they obviously are playing it's a losing battle, and they have no clear answer to stop this issue that has only gotten worse and worse over time. The Ricochet, they really made a big example about that, and it has not stopped the cheating issue and the hacking issue going on with Call of Duty, and it's not going away. And them being mum on having any sort of answer for it, really not that surprising, but yeah, it is a valid concern that will continue probably for many years to come. But another area of concern is, yeah, it's the cosmetics, it's the microtransactions.
Hell yeah!
We're keeping skins grounded for MW4, Modern Warfare 4 Season 1, and yeah, Planet of the...
That's honestly probably the most grounded they have ever done in the last 5 years.
Apes, we all know that there's going to be some wacky stuff. It's always... They will say one thing, and then down the line, a number of months later, they're going to go back on their word. I think that's the expectation, and they can say whatever they want, but money...
The only thing I'm surprised about is the fact that there's no trans character or something like that, right?
And yeah, specifically, Call of Duty Modern Warfare dev says, keep the receipts amid commitment to grounded skins. Every aspect of Modern Warfare 4 is anchored in the game's narrative. Every feature, every decision needs to feel authentic to what Modern Warfare is, and that includes cosmetics and collabs. We're committed to keeping it grounded and transparent. We want to hear from you on what you'd like to see in our game. And, Call of Duty developers and not lying... that's just one of those things that it happens so often. It's really hard to keep track of the amount of times they said one thing and then down the line things just change. That's what they say.
I love how Call of Duty is, by the way, one of the best franchises when it just comes to promising clear lies and then breaking the clear lie promise. I love how they just do it constantly. And everyone's like, oh no, how could this happen? It's pretty funny, honestly, at this point. It's sad, but it is more funny than sad, honestly, considering you knew that this is gonna happen. You knew that this is gonna happen.
Changed, so really don't make much of these remarks that they're saying right now. But say what you will, they have responded to people with these critiques. Somebody saying screenshot this tweet to throw at their faces whenever they decide to toss in Lady Gaga, Omni-Man, or some other goofy collaboration.
Oh, Omni-Man, Drew, big real base.
The game, they said, no Lady Gaga, no Omni-Man, no Teletubbies, no SpongeBob, keep the...
Oh, come on, Teletubbies would have actually been pretty good.
Receipts. We'll see about that. Another area I will give props on, though, is that they are addressing issues that should have been addressed years ago.
Okay, no one cares if they're doing one thing amongst 15 bad things, okay? It is what it is. At the end of the day, we don't pat someone on the back for doing one thing out of 100 correctly. We call them an idiot. Remember, again, complain, always complain about these things. This is how you fix the game. Criticism is good. Constructive criticism, completely not necessary. Just criticize them. As long as you keep doing that, it's gonna work. They're gonna cave in, and we're gonna win. That's how we need to handle these situations. It's simply that easy, honestly. Anyway, that was Legacy Kill HD, 10 out of 10. Bye!
I'm 30 years old, almost 31. Single income, no kids. I'm a sink. There's something about a man that makes a reservation that gives me the ick. Today's our favorite therapist's birthday. Get dressed with me for my catfish first date. Help me get dressed to go on a second date with the catfish boy. Help me get dressed for a first date. This is probably embarrassing to admit. Why don't I own a house? Why aren't I married? Why don't I do this? Why don't I do that? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's get ready for a first date. I can't wait. Here's part 2 of my diabolical first date story time. I have no hope in dating. Like, that's just how I feel. Like, it's brutal out here. People always ask me, aren't you scared that the guy you're making a video about will see your video? And to that I say, don't be a freak, and I won't make that kind of video about you. The man that I went on the first date with last week, or like 2 weeks ago now, oh my god, I don't know. He's on my TikTok. Every time I go on a date, or every time I'm seeing someone and it doesn't work out, like, in my mind, I truly do have a hard time thinking that it ever will work out with someone. I've been dating for a little bit now, and I just feel like constantly met with either disappointment or even like a good experience, but I just don't feel that way about someone.
Okay guys, so she's talking about being disappointed and men catfishing her. Well, she looks like this without makeup on. If you're really trying to find a husband, if you're really trying to find a guy that won't ghost you, then maybe, just maybe, don't catfish him, because this is not how you actually look, ma'am.
Like, okay, like, whatever. I have no hope in dating. Like, that's just how I feel. Like, it's brutal out here. I'm strongly against being super negative about dating. However, it's just not looking good lately, okay?
And just listen to the vocal fry that she has.
But why is it that despite my best efforts every single time that I match with someone new or I have a date plan, gonna meet someone new, somewhere in the back of my head, I'm like, oh my god, like, what if this is it? Like, what if this is him? Like, why am I doing that? People are always like, oh, when you least expect it, it'll happen. So I'm like, don't expect it. It's not gonna happen.
Yes, ma'am. And do you know why it doesn't happen? It's because you have unrealistic expectations, ma'am.
You know, if I'm thinking like, oh my god, like, what if this is it? It's not going to be it, so don't think it. Usually when I meet them, I can pretty quickly tell that I was off. You know, I guess somewhere deep down inside of me, there's a little bit of hope left.
By the way, guys, stay till the end because there is a very interesting video at the end that I want you to see. And as always, if you enjoy my videos, consider subscribing.
One of my hinge prompts is you either look like a frog or a rat, and a guy just asked me which one do I think that he looks like, and I said I was leaning more ratty. I think I look like a rat. Went back, he's unmatched me. Clearly he wanted to be a frog.
I think my standards are becoming almost unreachable the longer I stay single.
Yes, we can all see that, ma'am, because you're very entitled. Just by the way that you talk, I can see that you're very entitled, ma'am.
Like, if you do or say one thing I don't like, I'm done. I have zero tolerance for anything anymore. I am living in such peace.
If you're living in such big peace, why do you feel the need to keep making TikTok videos about dating?
The biggest red flags and icks in a man that I can't stand as a Slavic girl.
Ma'am, at your age, you shouldn't be talking about icks. We're just going to skip this video because it's very stupid.
This is the height difference I deserve. Look at this. This is Webanyama. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Webanyama. And this is an interviewer and her whole hand.
Ma'am, first of all, nobody deserves anything in life. If you want something, you have to work hard for it. And second of all, what makes you think you deserve a tall guy like that, ma'am? What makes you so special? Nothing, absolutely nothing. You just think that you're a princess, ma'am. We're just going to skip this video because it's very stupid.
I don't think the men want to hear this, but a relationship is only going to work if the man is utterly obsessed with her. He thinks that she is the coolest, prettiest, funniest, most fun, outgoing, loving person.
This is why I tell you guys, never listen to what women say. They don't know what they're talking about. Ma'am, you have plenty of men that are obsessed with you in your friend zone. Why aren't you in a relationship with them? Oh, because you don't truly like men like that. When they're obsessed with you, you see them as simps, ma'am. I can bet if you tell us about your ex, he wasn't a simp. He wasn't obsessed with you. He was toxic. He probably cheated on you, ma'am. So no, you don't like a man when he's obsessed with you, ma'am. You just think you do, because you don't actually know what you want and what you're going to respond to. That's why I don't care what women say. We're just going to skip this video because it's very stupid.
Guess my body count. Yes.
You want me to guess your body count? Are you gonna tell the truth?
No, I'm not gonna tell you, but yes.
So what's the point of him guessing, ma'am, if you're never going to tell the truth, ma'am? Well,
Okay, I would guess, basing on how you're dressed, I'm gonna guess 37.
Damn! That's rude.
yeah, he basically said that you look like a woman.
What is that?
No, it's not.
That is so.
Just the number,
That
it's
is
fine.
beyond me. It is less than 5.
That's cap. That's what I'm saying.
It's less than 5.
You f***ed the guy last night, that's
not.
cap.
What should I do to make myself more attractive to girls? Do things for you. The most attractive men are the ones that are living or actively building a life that is purposeful, a life that is fulfilling, a life that is exciting. Find things you're passionate about. Set
Yes, and those kinds of men aren't worrying about women. They're not going to be obsessed about you like the previous woman said. But again, women don't know what they actually respond to. They all say they want a nice guy, they all say they want a guy obsessed with them, and when they get a guy like that, they friendzone him.
big goals for yourself. Try new things. Expand your social circle. Do things that make you happier, healthier, and more exciting, but do them for you. The men who have figured this out are the men that are effortlessly attractive to women.
I just saw a TikTok video of a guy walking with 2 coffees, and he goes, I didn't remember a thing from last night, but the girl I woke up to said she needed a coffee, so I'm getting her a coffee. And all these girls in the comments are going, yes, king behavior, love that for her, you're amazing. And I'm just sitting here going, isn't that bare minimum behavior? I fear that it's bare minimum to grab someone a coffee you slept with.
This is what I'm telling you guys when I say they have no logic. Instead of thinking, oh my god, he's a player, that woman shouldn't expect to be in a relationship with a guy that doesn't even remember that he hooked up with her. All of you are saying, oh my god, he got her coffee. Instead of thinking, oh my god, she should stay away from him because he's a player, because he's the fuck boy. This is why I never listen to women, guys, because they don't know what they're talking about and they have no logic. We're just going to skip this video because it's very stupid.
More people are dying now than World War II. Google it.
Remember when I said it's difficult?
Another very, very low IQ woman.
To debate an intelligent person. What you just said is possibly the dumbest thing.
I don't agree it is until you Google it.
I have.
21 now, so between...
Yep.
You didn't Google it yourself, because if you did that, you would see how stupid it is. You just heard that from somebody on social media, and you believed it because you're stupid.
Ukraine, Palestine, Sudan, Iran, where are the other ones?
All of them.
Okay.
I'm willing to go back to World War I, and you get everything from the Korean War on. How's that sound?
Was World War I Pearl Harbor and all that?
World War I Pearl Harbor, but she's smart.
Was World War I Pearl Harbor?
Or Hiroshima?
One thing that guys are right about are your friends. And like even guys that I'm not romantically involved with, just like if I bring a friend around.
So many stupid women in these video, guys.
A guy friend, a girlfriend around a guy friend. And they're like, be careful with that girl, she's crazy, or be careful with her, she's sneaky. I'm like, what? And then a couple months later, they were right. It's like dogs have a sense.
Okay, ma'am, so if they tell you to your face that you're a 3 or 4, why do you get angry? Why don't you believe them? Why don't you believe, man, when we say we don't like the fish lips? We don't like women that are hoes, that are 3 or 4s. We will sleep with them, but we will never marry them. Only a simp will. Why don't you believe us then, man? You only believe what you want to believe. When it benefits you. That's the problem, man. We're just going to skip this video because it's very stupid.
Men like as sexual potential partners long hair on women. We like dresses, we like long hair, we like indicators of heterosexual beauty. That's what we're looking for in women.
Guys, I said that in a previous video, and you know how many people told me that that's not true. I said that men in general prefer women with long hair. And I got women in my comments saying I'm 60 and I have short hair, and no man ever told me that he has a problem with that. Of course not, because he wants to sleep with you. And second of all, 95% of women in their 60s have short hair. Why? It's not because they care about what men care about. No, it's because it's less work. So they cut it off. Even though men say we like long hair. But somehow people don't want to believe me, even though everything I'm saying I can back up with studies. I don't say things out of my ass. Everything that I say, I have research. If I have a thought in my mind, I research it to see if it's right or I'm stupid. Or I'm just thinking stupid stuff. I had another guy saying, "You're wrong, because I love my wife and my wife has short hair." Of course, my guy, because you love her. So no matter what she does to her hair, you'll still love her. But if you weren't in love with her, and you could choose between a woman with long hair and a woman with short hair, 95% of men would pick the woman with long hair. So what you're saying is just stupid. I don't understand how people are this stupid. Don't you get it when you make a comment like that? You just show everybody how stupid you are.
It's not shocking. Like, women like large muscles, you'd be surprised to hear. Like, this is very basic, primal drives. And women generally will encourage other women to do things that would devalue them in the sexual marketplace in which they are competing with them.
Right. Yeah.
Now, that is absolutely not surprising to anyone who's like, women know how brutal women can be to other women, right? Not often, not to their face, but they are brutal to other women. Men have a tendency to be a lot more forgiving of each other. They don't carry grudges quite as long. Again, this is a ton of behavioral mental health literature that's much smarter people than me that have written all about this. But this is just an example of one of those things that, we've really convinced like that, hookup culture is good. Dating apps are good. They're not.
Yes, cutting your hair short is somehow good and empowering.
Not good for women. They don't create a romantic marketplace or a dating marketplace that is advantaged towards women and what it is they're actually looking for in the long term.
I'm going to say something, and a lot of people will not agree. And by that, I mean men. Men will not agree. If you're a man and you are 35 plus and you are dating someone who is 15 years younger than you are a predator. You are moving like a groomer. A 15-year age gap.
Okay, ma'am, let's say that's true, even if it's not. Why do you care? Oh, because men your age don't want to date you. And you're bitter, and you're angry because you have to compete with younger women. That's why. Because if it truly didn't affect you, you wouldn't be talking about this. You wouldn't care, ma'am. We're just going to skip this video because it's clear she's very bitter and angry.
What's the oldest guy you've ever dated?
When I was 21, I did date a guy who was double my age, so he was 42.
He's 42.
Yeah.
Good on you.
My God, such a predator, such a predator.
Well done.
It didn't work out, though.
I mean, obviously, but how was the experience? And what made him attractive to you that you wanted to date him?
I thought, first off, when I met him, I actually thought he was way younger. He took very good care of himself.
Yeah.
He was fit, and, he was cool.
Did you meet him at a party or a social event or just a night out?
I think I met him at an event.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was really cool and everything. Just over time, dating someone with that much of an age gap, there are definitely differences in lifestyle.
Was it something that you might consider to do again, or was that done it, I don't think I need to do that again?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to dating an older guy. I know some guys take a bit longer to mature.
Can you see a pattern, guys? Women her age, even though she dated an older guy and it didn't work out, she's not angry about it. Who's angry about it? Women that are 30, 35, 40 and can't get men their age because those men want to date younger. Those are the women that are angry. Why do you care? I don't get it. If that doesn't affect you, why do you care?
So months ago, you made a video about bird hands, and I responded to that video saying this is pseudoscientific nonsense.
Ma'am, do you not even recognize that Home Math managed to train you with just 2 videos? Because if we go back through your content, you bird hand almost every time. And then Home Math made that video. You responded to him, he made a YouTube video, and now you never do it unless it's to demonstrate what bird handing is. He corrected your behavior. Home Math literally trained you with 2 YouTube videos. Then you made a 3-minute video basically explaining that he was right. Like you oh my God. And now you're desperate for his attention. You're begging people to tag him so that you can get more of his attention. This man has trained you to not only desire him, but has also managed to correct your bad behavior. And he did all of this without ever actually interacting with you. Sure, you can call his binder a binder of bullshit, but it very clearly works.
Yeah.
Having a man.
Again, proving my point why I say I don't care what women say. I just care what women respond to.
Having a man's child and then watching him steal precious moments of motherhood from you is one of the things that's not talked about enough.
How does he steal that from you, man?
How much it truly affects you. When I look back and I think of when my kids were smaller and how much I was disconnected. I still was a mom. I've always been a mom. But how much I truly missed out on those moments because I was trying to survive the person that I had children with. That's a different type of heartbreak.
Ma'am, you chose the guy that you had children with, so why are you complaining about this? It's your own choices in life that led you to this. I'm going to show you another video from a woman that is married, happily married.
Who you have kids with is so important because what do you mean he built a whole company, taught me how to manage it, just in case something ever happened to him, our kids and I will be okay. What? What do you mean?
Yes, so there are men out there that would do everything for their family, for their wife, for their kids. So the fact that you couldn't get a man like that, it's not anybody else's fault but your own, ma'am. Just because you don't know how to spot the red flags, just because you don't know how to spot liars, just because you don't know how to spot toxic men, it doesn't make you a victim, ma'am. It just makes you stupid.
Too many of these old women are competing with the young women. Stop it.
We don't
want to
talk about that. We ain't ready to talk about that.
No, we should talk about that. We need to teach these young women how to be women, not hoes.
You want to know why women do that? Though, when they
No, I don't want to.
Because of competition. Because they know after 30 they have to compete with younger women. So what do? They shame younger women that want to date older men. And they shame older men saying that we're predators.
You say women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. Why is that?
Abortion.
Since men don't.
Okay, so the very low IQ woman is back. This has to be good.
Don't have any reproductive rights. In order for it to be equal or unequal, here's what you'd either have to do. Let's say all women in the US could get abortions, any state, whatever. What you would have to do would be something like, I don't think you can get true, genuine equality, but you could get equity. So for example, if women can abort their children, men, in the instance that they get a woman pregnant, would not be legally on the hook for child support. In the same way a woman could get an abortion, the man could, say, file something with the court, be like, I am exercising my right to a financial abortion. If she chooses to keep the kid, the man could be like, well, I don't want to pay child support. That would be not quite clear equality, but it would be equity. For it to be equal between men and women, abortion needs to be completely banned entirely.
You're saying women have more reproductive rights than men?
Correct, yes.
Do men have reproductive rights?
No, they don't.
Okay, so why are we the only ones with reproductive rights? Why isn't there a law that says, if men keep knocking up women, then the government's going to come and cut them off?
Ma'am, who controls access to sex? Do the men control access to sex? No, it's the women. So stupid, guys.
Would
so
be like
stupid.
an equivalent.
That would not.
Because men do not reproduce. People have these inflated idea of the options that they have. You don't have all the options you think you do. You have people that would smash you, not
True.
people that want to be with you, not people that will invest in you and your character and who you are, and also not people that want to marry you. And I think that's the problem. A lot of these women see their comments or they see their DMs because men are in their DMs. I've had every blue check mark in my DM. It doesn't mean anything. Which one of these men actually want to be my husband? Which one of these men want to raise children with me? Which one of these men want to fly to Omaha to watch my 18-year-old nephew graduate?
Omaha is such a random place.
That's where my sister's at and her husband.
Yeah.
Right? And so I say that to say, if it's not that type of time, they don't value you. And the fact that you think that they value you because they want to smash you, that's the problem.
True.
That is the problem.
And I don't care if you want to do that. It's a free country, do whatever you want. But then you don't get to complain on TikTok that all men are shit and the dating scene sucks. No, it doesn't. It's just that you don't know how to pick good men because you're stupid.
I can't do friends with benefits, and here's why. For starters, I will get attached to you simply because of the fact that it takes me so long to find someone that I'm really interested in, really attracted to, and you know, like I do like you. So if I fuck with you like that, right, I really fuck with you. And when I fuck with you like that, if you're...
Why are you talking like that, man? You sound so masculine. Why, don't you get that by talking like that you repulse a lot of men?
fucking everybody else, that tells me you ain't fucking with me the same way. You ain't fucking with me the same way. Like,
We're just going to skip this video, guys, because I can't stand women that talk like her. I don't get how you can stand being with women like this more than a few minutes. I don't care how hot they are. I can't stand them. They repulse me, guys. This is what I'm trying to teach you guys. When a woman has red flags all over her, you shouldn't be able to see her as hot. Do you get how many sims I have in my comments each day, guys? Especially since I've started making shorts. Each day, no matter what the woman says, oh my god, she's so hot. How can you see her as hot? If you see women like this as hot, you deserve everything that is coming to you. You can't complain that she divorced you, or she cheated, or she took everything away from you, because you deserve it. Stop being a simp.
I will seriously always rather prefer to be ghosted than get a breakup text. Like, dead ass. If I've been on 2 dates with you, please ghost me. Ghost me into oblivion, because I remember last summer, I went out on 2 dates with this guy that I thought I had it in the bag with. I was like, he's obsessed with me. He loves me. Like, he can't wait to take me home to marry me and have his kids. And then after 2 dates, he was like, hey, like, I think you're awesome. Like, I'm just not looking for something. I cried. Like, I cried. Okay. This week, 2 dates with a guy, I was like, oh. After the second date, I was like, okay, I'm kind of into it. He's ghosting me right now. So we're like a week into the ghost. Much prefer this.
Guys, I've been ghosted over 100 times and I never cared. scared. Why? Because why would you care about a woman that doesn't care about you? I don't get it. Oh, but I had a connection. My guy, you thought you had a connection. She didn't. So what's the point of you feeling sad? I don't get that. It's not logical. Why are you feeling sad about people that don't care about you? It's stupid.
I'm having a really good time. However, he did like half unghost himself to CC me on like a work text. Like he CC'd me to meet. He was like trying to connect me. No, sir, just ghost me into oblivion.
This comment section is diabolical. The worst thing
Okay.
he found on a partner's phone. Messages between him and my mother plotting to raise my baby as their own. Very traumatic, but she's dead now. He's in prison. My baby is 14 and thriving, so I won.
Remember, she didn't see any red flags.
I mean, yeah, but what the fuck? He ran an Ice Spice fan page. He was matching with men on Tinder. Went looking for cute pictures to send myself and found screenshots of my bank account passwords and usernames. He posted a pic of me while actively cheating and talking to another girl, and when the girl asked who I was, he said I was his autistic sister. Wow. An entire notes app list of all the things he hated about me. Hundreds of DMs to Juice WRLD saying, I know you're not dead, bro. Come out. You can tell me. I won't tell anyone. Amex hotel charge from his affair with our couples therapist.
By the way, guys, I can bet that all these women see them as the winner because they're not with the guy anymore. I don't see you as a winner, ma'am. I see you all as losers. Why? Because you couldn't spot the red flags from the start. You had to have this happen to you to see that the guy was a douchebag or an asshole. That just says that you have a low IQ.
Found him talking shit about my appearance to his ex-girlfriend. A picture of his mom, and yes, that kind of picture. He found it in her phone and sent it to himself. What? One of my exes had in his search history, can you turn a hoe into a housewife after we fought? My name was victim number 9. My husband apparently likes taking pictures of squirrels throughout his day. It's kind of adorable.
You have a husband. Why are you talking bad about him on this comment section? Where all the crazies and all the bitter women hang out. Why? Even though he did nothing bad, you shouldn't be commenting about your husband. At all. He's your husband.
He was paying cam girls. Bro couldn't pay rent because he was blowing all his money on cam girls. I found a negative things about Ash in his notes, and there were like 50 things. Man, why are you dating women you hate? Leave them alone.
Ma'am, why do you keep dating assholes? How come you don't know how to read the red flags, but you all say that you have women's intuition? That's why you're all single mothers and all have dated assholes.
Videos he filmed of us without me knowing. Sue him. His secret child? Papa John's and Verizon, weirdly enough, would frequently sneak over at night after I'd leave his house. His inbox was full of women turning him down. It was so embarrassing. I was fighting for a prize no one wanted. He would DM females saying, let me take you out and feed you. Meanwhile, I was feeding him because he couldn't afford to feed himself. Him searching our nurse.
They don't even understand that they're the losers. Why? Because the guys didn't lose anything. They got to smash them. But they just added another body count to their list, another toxic ex, some more baggage, some more trauma. It's so stupid, guys. They don't even understand they're the losers.
Nurses red flags. Meanwhile, I'm the nurse. A video of him screwing my supposed to be best friend. In my bed, in my house. When I tell you I crashed the fuck out. Understandably. This comment section makes me want to go start a fight with my husband.
Another woman that is married and commenting in this comment section. Guys, if you marry women like this, it's your fault.
He told me he didn't get paid and that's why he couldn't help with rent. And threw his phone that night because I had a weird gut feeling. He got paid, he just spent it all on cam girls the night before. Together 5 years, 2 kids together, found out I was saved in his phone as Vile Weasel. Also found out he was cheating on me with someone who would dress up as Tinkerbell.
How come you didn't see any red flags? How come you never saw his phone but you made 2 kids with him? And then they say all men are trash. No, ma'am, it's the men that you go after. Anyway, guys, hope you enjoyed this video and I'll see you on the next one.
Hey people, Seth here. Visualize happiness. For me, it is holding my greatest enemy hostage, covering his skin in honey, and slowly roasting it until it caramelizes into a layer of glaze. I do not watch, I listen to the cacophony of screams as he's pulled apart like a succulent pecking duck. My only sadness is in the knowledge that I can't do it again. He's beyond my reach, but for his crimes, he has eternity to answer for. Alternatively, sure, I'll take a new Heroes game. I have no financial relation to Hooded Horse or the perfidious child pickup artist involved in his publication. But let's just say, if Ubisoft had their way, none of this would exist. Replaced instead with mobile slop shovelware, which I couldn't even access because, as of today, my Uplay account has been acquired by a Chinaman. As they say, we each have our own guardian angels. I just didn't expect mine to be living in the prefecture of Guangzhou. As someone who is on several lists, my online security is very important to me. For the past few months, I've been going to coffee shops to express VP's build order. Regular humans are capable of long-term decision-making, prioritizing an economy, while others build every single unit dwelling and run out of gold by week 2. This designates them as barely sapient and are promptly shipped to the bauxite mine to fulfill their destiny.
Heads up, new miner arriving.
But onto the changes. Stack splitting is easier than ever. Same goes for transferring armies and artifacts between heroes. Before, I send them away on their weekly mission of harassing leprechauns for spare change. We're back to hexagons. Why did we ever leave? Because math is hard, and we're gonna gaslight you into loving squares. Like Tribes of the East, every unit comes with 2 side grades, which can be switched at no cost. Like Civilization, every faction comes with a tech tree. Like Tales of Androgyny, skills come with a selection of sub-skills, which are mutually exclusive and synergistic. Unlike the incredibly obtuse and convoluted Heroes 5 skill wheel, which isn't even documented inside the game, we now have subclasses, which still require insane RNG to roll the 5 out of 7 slots you're never going to get. Resources are mostly the same, except sulfur has been switched out for alchemical dust, which is required for upgrading dwellings. Or you can spend it all on an infinitely upgradable golden goose egg, which works off gacha mechanics, except there's no guaranteed pity pool, and it's designed to rob you. Magic now works off astrology. Mage guilds are astronomical observatories. Spells are the stars of a constellation, each of which is aligned with a different school of magic. Daylight cleanses, nightshade curses, arcane controls, and primal destroys. On top of this, you have high neutral magic, which is a 5-week countdown until everyone learns Dimension Door. There's 5 tiers of magic and 4 levels for every spell. These range from tactical to completely busted, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Outside of magic, Focus is a new resource that's generated by attacking and being attacked, which is spent on unit abilities. Lore, we're in the continent of Jadam. That's Might and Magic 8, but it's before Heroes of Might and Magic 1, so there's no devil aliens yet, because Might and Magic 6 hasn't happened. This matters to absolutely no one. Don't even get me started on what a Varn is. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Currently, there's 6 factions, and I'm gonna cover them all. Temple. The Temple of the Sun is known for many things, mainly getting genocided by the same group of adventurers on a yearly basis. Turnover rates are high. Nobody has time to read scripture, and the entire process of catechumenism is condensed to a podcast seminar by whoever survived.
The reason that white people are inferior is because they don't have enough melanin in their skin.
As such, the theology has suffered, and our angels are just golems on string. Regardless, they have some of the best lineup in years. 3 entire shooters, 2 of which can completely ignore ranged penalties, a set of armor which duplicates and reflects every single positive effect, and a solid steel wall of swordsmen, griffins, and inquisitors that ensure their backline remains untouched. And in case you ever get bored of playing artillery death stack that kills everything before it has a chance to get close, they still have cavaliers. I played the self-insert. Effortless Strike removes the focus cost of attacking with your hero. Battle Frill allows you to use it again if you kill the stack, and Inspiring Strike gives a 5% chance of resetting the cooldown per point of morale. But I was already morale maxing, so he killed everything himself and won the match. Grove represents the Druids of Murmurwood. It's Sylvan Rampart spliced with Conflux, except every elemental can awaken to receive a heavy steroid. They're expensive, bulky, and completely grotesque. pixies are now a neutral unit. You get the scraps left over by your haggard butch lover, an amalgamation of rotund chopplegangers that belong better in a trench than broad daylight. Physiognomy aside, they take some getting used to. Understanding is half the battle. And unfortunately, I'm retarded. Grove has the best casters, the strongest magic, and the fastest unit in the game, which guarantees you the first move. Each spell has its own cooldown, so I can't spam Armageddon, unless I retreat, return with another Phoenix, and spam Armageddon. But that's not always viable, because single hero and tournament are very popular variants. So instead, I play this abomination, whose mirror copy works on the enemy to duplicate their strongest death stack under my direct control, which then proceeds to murder the original. And since I'm abusing Thaumaturgy and Murmurmancers, this will be my 4th spell on the first round of combat. And then I found out about luck, Grove's synergy with luck, and how, as a result of several sub-skills and laws, each of my units now crits for 300% damage 100% of the time. Dungeon is the Alvar Triumvirate. Basically bricks, but with troglodytes. The Dark Elves are in collaboration with the Dragons of Garrett Gorge and the Minotaurs of Ravage Roaming, resulting in a combined alliance of strength, resilience, and centralized banking. Each of their units come with a unique fighting style. Troglodytes can spit phlegm. Infiltrators can infiltrate other men, and the rest basically land more hits based on the position of the enemy, punishing tight formations, close groupings, or just existing in the general vicinity of a dragon. The trade-off is less damage, until you develop a legal system and simply outlaw the penalty. As merchants, we play only the greatest of merchants. We take Antiquarian, unlock his money printer, and buy every artifact in the game, as their sum greatly outweighs the monetary cost. Necropolis. The necromancers of Shadowspire don't know how to raise dragons yet. So far, we can fuse them together. All we need is several living dragons and the entire economy. And then, my enemy casts Guillotine, turning the most powerful Tier 8 neutral into the most expensive pile of milk bones. Accordingly, vampires are your new ultimate, because that's all we can afford. The blood waterfall isn't even real, it's just red 40. My wife is dead. I don't want to remarry, I just want to summon skeletons. His rewind life can overheal and over-revive to create temporary stacks for the duration of a fight. All life is endless, increases the effect of heals and revives, which synergizes with summon avatar to double this bonus. I take no losses, because at the start of every fight, I multiply my ghosts, which coincidentally also have the ability to multiply, leading to a carefully managed feedback loop of infinitely rising numbers. Or just take Kelgul, rush Dread Knights, and win without firing a single synapse. Schism. On the continent of Arathia, to the north of Avlee, is meant to be Vori, the land of the Snow Elves. This region was never implemented or playable, so it's subject to a lot of speculation. Schism is complete fanfiction where Dark Elves have discovered and dug up Vori rituals to pull creatures from other planes, or the negative space in between.
Is that No, that's impossible. It's a squid.
As a result, everyone is melting, going insane, or bloat maxing. In exchange, they win the numbers game, using dead tissue to bind more horrors, and using victories as momentum to artificially inflate their stacks. Hive, following Hero's tradition of having Inferno as the worst faction, Hive makes an attempt. They get the coolest tier 1 in the game, with the best idle animation. But they have absolutely no shooters, unless you have a mountain of resources for a tier 6 side grade. And they don't care. Once they close the gap, there's not much you can do, except watch them multiply, because they can also lay eggs. Now, normally, there's counterplay to a highly vulnerable patch of temporary troops that take time to hatch, except the Hiver put his hornets on standby, so he'll always get the last move, lay his eggs, and spawn them without contest, at which point his cooldown resets. But that's not too bad, until you encounter a Maniacal Reaver and lose half your board in a single turn. You see, normally, units take turns and wait for everyone else. Maniacal Reavers ignore this paradigm entirely, because as long as they get that Call of Duty hit marker, they get a second, which is separate from morale So they get a furred. As your eyes start tearing up and your Pampers diaper sags under the weight of its liquid gold, a fucking worm shows up and eats the rest of your stack. Also, don't try to mix armies, or a single hive mother will ruin your day, as she multiplies her stats and propagates them to the entire swarm. But everything I've described isn't the worst. No, taking a hero specialized in attribute gain and learning, leveling them to 12, and resetting their level to 1 with the faction-specific building that was recently buffed to give him 4 of each stat for every free level spent isn't just the worst. It's already banned in competitive, which doesn't mean anything, because it's the same group of Poles, Russians, and dare I say, North Macedonians that complain about everything. 99% will never play competitive heroes, because they don't live in an Eastern Bloc Khrushchevka. I have. So, I'll give you a metaphor. SCP-106 is slowly chasing you, except it's David Goggins, and he's rock solid. He took his Rhino 99 Vyvanse and Tamriel rebuilt dick pills. He's got that migraine rage after playing Deadlock, and after 10 hours of anticipation, he phases through the wall and loudly proclaims, "Goggy want fuck." That's what competitive is like. In summary, everything I said is a lie. Necro and Schism are currently busted. Hive sucks ass, and I'm not handing away strats to my enemies. The music is good, the town screens are nice, the story and writing is atrocious and sounds like the intrusive faults of a Tumblr blog. There's no teams for players, no underground, no water tiles. But none of that really matters. It's early access, and they seem to be doing a good job. This is the same team that brought us Darkest Dungeon without the gay sex. I believe in them. If you like heroes, you'll like Golden Era. But why listen to me? I'm an influencer. Do you know what that means? I'm one plane flight removed from being a human porta potty in Dubai. Don't listen to my shit. Decide for yourself. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of a Merchants Guild, generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Ever feel like positive vibes only is just a way to shut down your real struggles? Positivity is like a cult that blames the unlucky for their misfortune, often with the hope of selling you something or taking advantage of your vulnerable mental state. I'm about to tell you how I got out of a crazy, vibes-obsessed group run by a bossy leader who kicked me out for speaking the truth. So stick around to learn about the dark side of optimism, the irony of empaths, and my conclusion on the one true escape from this madness. Before I jump into this mess, let's get real. Positivity culture is a scam that screws over us unlucky guys, blaming us for the cards we're dealt in life's rigged game, instead of facing the truth of how little control we have over the outcomes in our lives. Real freedom comes from ditching the manifesting vibrational bullshit and just owning the black pill reality, or what I like to call the dark enlightenment. But it all clicked for me when I got tangled up in this holistic community nightmare during lockdowns. Now, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but the lockdowns in California lasted at least 2 years. They had signs up outside every shop. Vaccinated only, must wear mask. Almost every employer required a verified vaccine card. On top of that, employers were monitoring people's social media accounts more than ever. People were getting banned left and right for sharing their opinions on things. Now, those of you who know me, who've seen my other videos, will know that I started a small business in 2020 while working from home at the beginning of the lockdowns. That would really, really come in handy later on, but it was hard to find people who were on the same wavelength as me, especially in this extremely left-leaning town. And I'm left-leaning in many ways, but when it comes to bodily autonomy, I don't feel comfortable giving that up just out of peer pressure. I don't trust big corporations, big pharma, Bill Gates. I would rather be broke and barely make any money than give up my freedom for a corporate job. And there were many, many, many other people who felt the same way in my local area, because this is considered a very 1960s hippie town full of boomers that were deadheads from back then. And a lot of them went from being the rebels and the nonconformists of society to the complete opposite. And the reason I say all this is because it created a void in our community where there were a lot of people who did embody those old nonconformist values of the true hippies. And we felt like we were ostracized and alienated. And I remember at the end of 2021, even my best friend of 15 years fought with me and disagreed with me and thought I was irresponsible for putting other people at risk. And I felt very alone, very isolated. But I would meet a few individuals here and there who stuck out from the crowd. And this one early 30s woman that I had met over Instagram told me about this group of people who had the same values in our local community, who were coming together at this one woman's property, who had the same ideas about plant medicine and natural living and entrepreneurship and refusal to conform and submit to corporations. And this group was full of other small business owners. It had some young people, it had some middle-aged people. And what I was told first was about how they were going to have a private market event, because at this time, it was illegal to have a private gathering for the purpose of commerce. And I had to keep it on the down low. So everything was all secretive, and I just felt like it was so cool. And I was able to bring my products to this event, prop up my tent or whatever. I remember it was springtime. It was April of 2022. And to this day, that was the most profitable event that I've ever done in my life. And when I was there, I had seen this woman from the distance who was very tall and beautiful. If you know me, I'm a short guy. I'm 5'3.5", 162 centimeters. And I love being towered over and feeling submissive to tall, powerful women. And it was that particular thing that made me think, okay, I really want to start getting involved with this group more. Like I want to start going to their weekly meetings, volunteering with them, doing more of these events, because I want the opportunity and chance to talk to this woman more or meet other women like her. I actually made a video about all the experiences I had with women in this group, because I was able to meet this towering 6'5" German woman. I will put a link to that video in the description. But basically, these weekly meetups consisted of us all getting to know each other, talking about current events, talking about our businesses. And that's another great thing about this group, is that there was a lot of networking that went on. One of my most profitable long-term business opportunities came through that group. It was the part of the meetups where we were sharing about our lives where things started to go a little downhill for me. Because in May of 2022, I had spent $7,500 to attend this event in Las Vegas as a vendor called White Label Convention. It was to try to find a distributor to carry my products and take things up to the next level. But the event ended up being a massive disappointment, and it drained me of all my energy. Everybody I met there just dropped off of the face of the earth. All the connections that I had gotten, they basically just strung me along and then ghosted me at some point in the next couple weeks or months. And it was during that time when my mental health took a massive, massive dip. And that late spring and summer was one of the darkest points of the last 5 years. And when I talk about all the bad luck I've gone through, like in my video about the anxiety of being a 29-year-old failure, which I'll link in the description, this was one of the earliest catalysts for me starting to feel very pessimistic about my future. So when we were doing our weekly meetups after I got back from my event, each of us would get like 2 or 3 minutes to talk, and I just got progressively more and more depressed. And just like I had done in previous therapy groups, I was open and honest about what I was going through and how I felt about it. And everybody else seemed to be really understanding, and I did the same for them. I didn't feel that I was doing anything wrong. Now, the leader of this group, I'll call her Miss Poppy. She started the whole thing. She runs it from her property. She controls everybody underneath her like some kind of puppet master. And as I slowly got to know her and the rest of her followers, it started to become clearer and clearer that this was some kind of cult. I have firm principles, and I'm not easily swayed. This lady, Miss Poppy, she was probably in her mid to late 60s. She had long white hair. She was a bit overweight. She wore typical hippie clothes, and she drove around this big hippie bus that was spray painted with flowers and bright colors everywhere. They had all these decorations all over her property, these hippie windmills and blankets and tapestries and all these animals, little miniature horses, donkeys, all kinds of produce growing, chickens, fruits, and it was right there, basically in the middle of town. Now, Miss Poppy was really big on this idea of the law of attraction and vibrations and positivity and optimism. She's trying to build this collective group of higher levels of consciousness so that we could reach this point of enlightenment at some point in the future. And she saw herself as the leader of that. And that's a big theme of this video that I'm trying to get across, is that a lot of these people who focus on optimism and high vibrations and the law of attraction tend not to believe in things like depression or bad luck or misfortune. If somebody's going through a hard time, if they have a series of unfortunate events in their life, these kinds of people don't look at someone like that and think, wow, the universe really, really did you dirty. I am so sorry that things are going so poorly for you. No, these type of people basically believe the opposite, that if you have disproportionate levels of bad luck in your life and it's bringing down your mental health, you brought that on yourself. Something you did has brought about the punishment of God or the universe. It's the kind of line of thinking that way back in the time of Jesus Christ, he tried to eradicate. And I'm not a Christian, I'm not religious, but that's one of the things that I respect and appreciate about Jesus. This is something that Jesus spoke of as a very destructive way of thinking that further ostracizes and alienates the people that need help the most. And I just find it really funny and ironic that we're retreading that same ground again 2,000 years later in the form of these New Age spiritual belief systems, essentially kicking the people who are suffering the most to the curb, letting them suffer in silence and gaslighting and invalidating all of their experiences, disregarding all their hard work and effort, while holding in the highest regard the people who just happen to have the right situation at the right moment, get the right opportunity at the right time, and have good luck. They look at those people and think, wow, they must be doing something right. They must have some kind of relationship with the divine spirit that provides them all of this bounty in life. Because of course, being born into a superior body, into a family that has wealth and power and is able to rise through the ranks and gain connections with nepotism, they're not just lucky, they're being blessed by the universe for good works in a past life. Let's just conveniently ignore all the bullying and the scams they push on people. The narcissism, the superiority complex. That's just confidence. That's just optimism. Besides, it's okay for them to bully and kick those who are already down because they brought it upon themselves by being so negative. And that basically describes Miss Poppy's belief system. Now you might think, well, why the hell did you stay with these people if you completely disagree with what they were saying? And the reasons were, at this time, I was willing to set that aside and kind of ignore it because of the benefits that I was getting, the business connections, the opportunities, and their political activism, which I felt was commendable and really closely aligned with my personal values as well. And Miss Poppy seemed to really have close control over all these people. I mean, she had people doing all her yard work for her, feeding her animals, planting and tending to her crops. I even went over there once or twice as a gesture of goodwill to show my willingness to participate in the community and contribute. I planted a bunch of her bean sprouts. I helped spread her compost. I did all sorts of things, me and a few other people. Of course, she never showed any sense of gratitude or appreciation for any of it. She just took it for granted, and everyone just didn't think anything of it. But it was a red flag in my mind. Now, there was this one woman working there. She was in her early 30s, and she was fairly attractive. She had beautiful curly hair. She was a few inches taller than me. But I had become close to this woman over time, and she was the hardest worker in the whole group. She organized all the events, she did all the marketing, and that's on top of having a regular job. I mean, I could see the tiredness in her eyes, and Miss Poppy would just yell at her and mistreat her, and I felt really bad, but this woman just was driven by this sense of duty, and I just felt like she was getting taken advantage of. And like most everybody else, she had been swept up in this brainwashing of positivity propaganda, believing this prediction about the future pole shift. And she was driven by this belief that she needs to continuously rise in her levels of consciousness. So what I did was I spent some time putting some subversive ideas in her brain. I explained to her, as I did to you moments ago, about the problems with the law of attraction, the victim blaming that takes place. And what she particularly resonated with were my ideas on enlightenment. The reality is that we live in an infinite multiverse. Even if we had an eternity to study and meditate, the fact is that we as mortals would never be able to achieve that level of enlightenment. It's physically impossible for any individual conscious being, mortal or immortal, to ever reach that point because the amount of wisdom necessary is infinite. It's a rat race. You'll never get there. True enlightenment isn't the denial of suffering and the expectation of transcending it, but it's understanding and embracing the dark truth that misfortune will occur and it is not your fault. And the only way for us to truly overcome suffering is for consciousness to collectively be brought to an end once and for all, so that we never have to exist in the confinement of these physical individual bodies ever again for all eternity. A lot of these people might think, oh, well, if I'm a good person, if I progress toward enlightenment, then my next life will be better. But the reality is, reincarnation is just a continuation of suffering. And I think that really struck a chord with this woman because she looked at me and she was like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm not sure if Miss Poppy noticed that I had planted the seeds of the dark enlightenment in some of her followers, but maybe she did. Regardless, I would continue to share my declining mental health, my continuous misfortune with the group when we would go around in a circle and share how our week had been. Until one day, Miss Poppy took me aside after the meetup, and she pulled me into a place where no one else could hear us, and she whispered in my ear something along the lines of, "You're going to have to stop with the negativity around here. No one wants to hear you complain about your life. We only want to hear you share positive things, because what you're doing is you're bringing down the collective vibration of our community, and we don't want people who exist at a low vibrational frequency around here." She basically gave me an ultimatum. Keep your problems to yourself, smile, or leave. And I chose to leave. That was the last time I ever attended one of their weekly meetups. And I walked away from that conversation in shock. To me, that screams of low vibration. A person that's truly high vibration will raise the vibration of someone around them who's going through a dark time. And right now seems like the perfect time for me to bring up the idea of empaths. How many of you guys have met someone in your life who claims to be an empath? No offense if you listening to this happen to be that person. Maybe you should distance yourself from that label. They call themselves empaths because they're so sensitive to the suffering of others. But by sensitive, they mean easily influenced by negative emotions and feelings. Supposedly, they feel so much empathy and compassion for someone going through a rough time that it makes them feel the exact same feelings that the other person is feeling. Now, logically, you'd hear that and think, wow, they must be a really good person. And yeah, that would make sense, but the reality is much, much darker than that. They can't handle anyone going through a rough time in their life without seeing them as having bad vibes and labeling them as toxic. They're constantly purifying their friend circle, cutting people out who bring them down. Basically, sentencing those who are already suffering with depression and misfortune to further isolation and sadness. Now, you'd think an empath would care about those people's feelings, but in reality, it's a form of narcissism, of prioritizing your own feelings above that of others. And in the end, the only people that they allow in their circles, in their lives, are those who are privileged, like them. So let me ask you, how does it make you a better person to only reward people who are already privileged and blessed by the universe? Height frauding. When someone uses
I think the hostility toward those who choose to live with little is one of the most common and least confessed feelings of our species. We spend the week surrounded by people.
Remember growing up and seeing these goofy commercials of people trying to sell you something? These were called infomercials, and a lot of the time they were trying to sell you something that was pretty useless. Infomercials were everywhere in the Wild West of early television, and they could get pretty ridiculous. The products varied from crazy weight loss drugs to tape that could fix a boat that was cut in half. But you probably haven't seen an infomercial in a while, or maybe have wondered how they got away with selling things that definitely weren't as seen on TV. So today I wanted to look into the weird world of infomercials, and I found out that that world was riddled with scams, con artists, and a lot of goofy products. While infomercials didn't really start getting traction until the 80s, their first introduction was surprisingly from Vitamix back in 1949, and the 30-minute blender demonstration is widely recognized as the first long-form TV ad.
Ladies and gentlemen, in presenting Home Miracles for 1950, I'm going to give you a demonstration of one of the most wonderful machines that was ever invented, the Vitamix machine. He places a laxative in the field, the hand of God, for only $34.95.
Even back in 49 though, that had to have been a boring watch, especially for half an hour. Regardless, the Vitamix ad was a bit of a rarity due to government regulations placing heavy restrictions on network commercial time, which meant for a while shorter commercials would still continue to dominate the airspace between ad breaks. But as decades went by, regulations changed and evolved, so the commercial game did the same. Everything changed in the 80s around the time cable networks started gaining some pretty serious popularity. However, as popular as they got, there was still a major struggle to fill all 24 hours of the day with just content and short ads. Even the biggest channels often had a shocking amount of dead air when shows weren't on. This led to some marketers revisiting the idea of infomercials. And because President Reagan's 1982 Fairness Doctrine, which deregulated the broadcasting industry, the gates were open and their airing was made possible again. Although widespread success wasn't something that came right away. At first, infomercials were pretty crappy. It was just a bunch of get-rich-quick schemes selling programs or books on how to be successful. And randomly enough, real estate courses were for some reason really popular. At this point, most infomercials weren't airing anywhere near prime time. They were the weird stuff you'd find on at 1 in the morning. And another really interesting thing is a lot of them were long, like the Vitamix one. At least early on.
I acquired over $1.5 million worth of income-producing real estate, including a beautiful home for myself, within 18 months.
And you all have these dreams. And what I want to be able to do is take those dreams via the unique money-making vehicle of real estate and translate them into financial freedom.
Thank God that I found a unique system to make millions in real estate starting from nothing. As a result, we became financially independent. And several years ago, I decided to share this wealth-building knowledge with other people across the country. Many people took my seminar, become very wealthy. Many of my students are about to get on TV to tell you how my system had changed their life.
But again, this is all just the start. Soon after the get-rich-quick goofball era of infomercials came the product era, which is what really made the industry take off. In the late 80s and early 90s, beauty, health, and fitness infomercials all dominated the air, which is kind of ironic because that's what dominates advertisements today. And while the 1980s infomercial game was experiencing a rapidly expanding high-growth era, the 90s marked its transformation into a massive multi-billion-dollar industry. Basically, while the 80s laid the foundation, the 90s increased the sales by over 500%. Through further changes in government regulation of airspace, infomercials fully took over in the early 90s. As seen on TV, products pitched by a catchy sales guy or even later on celebrities were played over and over again on a ton of different networks. The industry was so popular and rising so fast that some of the top performing guys who pitched the products kind of became celebrities in their own right. And the bigger it got, the more attention came with, so a bunch of celebrities began appearing in these infomercials as well. This was the infomercial gold rush.
The legendary Ginsu knife. With its unique triple ground curved blade, you could easily pay $100. But not here. Ginsu World Class is yours for only $29.99. Sharp offer. Sharp value.
In this phase, the person doing the pitching needed to be sharp, as they were pretty much the entire marketing force. The Ginsu knives were an iconic example of 90s infomercials, with Arnold Morris being a major trailblazer in the new booming sales market. Eventually, Arnold grew so popular that he was even invited onto David Letterman.
Chances are you're being taken for a few hard-earned dollars by our first guest. He is the last of the big-time boardwalk pitchmen from Atlantic City. Please welcome Arnold Morris. We're just joking with you there. You're not really taking people's money. I mean, they're receiving quality merchandise in return, aren't they?
I don't sell anything that I don't really feel is a bargain or a good value.
Which probably sold a ton of knives. But Arnold was just the start, as others in the middle to late 90s like Billy Mays, Tony Little, and Kevin Trudeau broke onto the scene. And with them came a bunch of money.
Hi, Billy Mays here for OxyClean, the stain specialist.
It's technique. You want a firmer stomach? You need technique to isolate your abdominal muscles.
Tony, there are so many gimmicks out there. Hey, you're America's #1 personal trainer. Tell us how to do it.
Mega Memory, featuring Kevin Trudeau, author, lecturer, and America's foremost memory expert. Kevin has appeared on television and radio talk shows throughout the country and has taught his revolutionary memory techniques to thousands, including many Fortune 500 companies.
Brands like Kevin's Mega Memory went on to sell hundreds of millions, which only boosted the exponentially growing industry's proof of concept, leading to even more infomercials appearing. By the 90s, over 90% of all networks had infomercials on them, still placing most of them in the early morning and night slots. Phrases like "as seen on TV," "but wait, there's more," "just 3 low payments of $10.99," "supplies are limited, order now," littered the airwaves, and all during some wild hours, which makes it feel pretty weird looking back. These psychologically charged buzzwords probably hooked a lot of the people who were up at odd hours. Many signs even pointed to this being a targeted move, with companies believing that people who were up at those times were more likely to buy because they might be considered gullible or lonely. Targeted marketing, isn't that pretty weird, this early on? As the years went by, a ton of massive brands emerged. These included the ShamWow, Slapchop, Flex Seal, Thighmaster, Bowflex, and many, many more. I even remember my parents buying ShamWows and me begging to buy the goofier stuff, which we'll get to, as I'm sure many of you do too.
Hi, it's Vince with ShamWow. You'll be saying wow every time you use this towel. ShamWow holds 20 times its weight in liquid. Look at this. It just does the work. The ShamWow sells for $19.95, but you get 1 for the house, 1 for the car, 2 for the kitchen and bathroom. But if you call now, within the next 20 minutes, because we can't do this all day, we'll give you a second set absolutely free. So that's 8 ShamWows for $19.95. Hi, it's Vince with Slapchop. You're gonna be in a great mood all day because you're gonna be slapping your troubles away with the Slapchop. Now look, here's a potato. 1 slap, you got big chunks for stews. 2 slaps, home fries in a second. You add the ham, you don't have time to make breakfast. You're gonna have an exciting life now.
There were some pretty fun and ridiculous ads as well.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Tape, the super strong waterproof tape that can instantly patch, bond, seal, and repair. I sawed this boat in half and repaired it with only Flex Tape. Not only does Flex Tape's powerful adhesive hold the boat together, but it creates a super strong watertight seal. It's actually liquid rubber in a can.
Like, bro, there's no way we're taping a boat together. We're just getting a new boat. By the 2000s, the infomercial industry still showed no signs of slowing and arguably reached its peak, making hundreds of billions of dollars worldwide. This is why a lot of people in my age or my generation are super nostalgic for infomercials. Chia Pets, Fushigi balls, and tons of other ridiculous and useless products hold a somewhat sweet spot in our hearts. But it wasn't always so sweet, as I'm sure many of you have realized, especially since you probably haven't seen a true infomercial in nearly a decade or so, and that's because the industry had a lot of problems. Infomercials may be fun or funny to look back at, especially because of how ridiculous they could be, but they also had a handful of scummy marketing tactics, and occasionally they would just straight up scam you. Even some of the biggest names, like fitness guru Susan Powter, has spoken about how bad the industry was as a whole looking back, and she's far from the only one. Overall, many of these organizations were pretty much just marketing companies selling junk, and to do this, they relied heavily on leveraging gimmicks. Classic infomercials boil down to a surprisingly simple formula, which includes only 3 basic steps. First is to tease or grab the viewer's attention, second is to please or show the perceived benefits and transformations, and the third is to seize or lock in the viewer as a customer by providing them with an offer that appears so good they can't help but buy, especially after the first 2 steps are performed correctly. However, the strategies have a few more layers to them. When executing the seize, infomercials often made their wild offer even more resistible by creating an image of value. then slashing the prices even further with last-minute discounts. This often led people to want to buy immediately, which is a pretty important part of the process. They'd say low prices but in multiple installments, or say supply was running out quick, or things along these lines. But the point is, if an infomercial didn't have an impossible to pass up offer, people could and would just change the channel. So they focused really heavily on emphasizing these things. If it isn't quite clicking yet, here I'll give you an example. This would be the tease.
Hi, it's Vince with Sham Wow. You'll be saying wow every time you use this towel.
Then comes the please.
A regular towel doesn't work wet. This works wet or dry. This is for the house, the car, the boat. Why do you want to work twice as hard? Doesn't trip. Doesn't make a mess. You wring it out, you wash it in the washing machine.
And that shit goes on and on and on. You get the point. And then here's the C's.
But if you call now, within the next 20 minutes, because we can't do this all day, we'll give you a second set absolutely free. So that's 8 ShamWows for $19.95. It comes with a 10-year warranty. Here's how to order.
This strategy might seem really basic, like I don't know how people fell for this kind of basic stuff, but based on the numbers, it clearly worked. And I haven't even gotten to the craziest or dumbest ones yet, but it all boils down to psychology. Without psychological manipulation, the infomercial game would have never blown up. You could arguably call it the cornerstone. Infomercials would often state that supply is limited, prompting urgency from the viewer to buy. When in reality, even though there's no actual value added to the product itself, it's a perceived value to the potential customer that develops through the creation of false exclusivity, since in most cases there wasn't actually a shortage, believe it or not. But the curated order now pressure wasn't the only psychological trick they would use. They also leaned on famous celebrity endorsements, which for many viewers added an aspect of credibility, since someone they could be a fan of is tying their name to the brand.
My thighs and my butt on the very same machine that you can do over 60 other exercises on. Beat that.
With the seated bicep curl, you can really isolate your biceps and give them a good workout.
Well, the total gym can do the same thing, watch. And also, you can isolate the arms.
When you invited me to a delicious home-cooked meal, one that would keep my waistline beautiful, what can you expect?
Hey guys, I'm Hulk Hogan. Stay with me for the next half hour. I'm gonna show you my latest invention, Hulk Hogan's Ultimate Grill. Brother.
Because of all the crazy marketing ploys they had, it was working out very well and they were printing money. However, all of this wealth inevitably attracted bad actors. At times, the general worst case scenario when buying from an infomercial is you waste a couple of bucks on a product that's likely a cheap facade. Not really a big deal. But then with an industry worth over $750 million by 1991 already, the cash began to attract predators. One of the first insane infomercial scams that's worth looking into is the array of telepsychic companies, which is basically where customers call in paying a certain rate per minute to speak to one of the many supposed psychics. Again, retrospect is pretty embarrassing considering that these people made millions off of this. But the tactics they used were manipulative and deceitful to say the least. Ironically, this phenomenon was predicted 10 years prior by SNL.
Hi, welcome to Cable TV Channel D. This is Telepsychic. My name is Ray. I'll be taking your calls today. Here's the numbers: 555-1231, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Ask me about anything about life, money, love. I'll predict for you, okay?
The main infomercial brand that Dan Aykroyd's Psychic Ray skit predated was the Psychic Friends Network, one of the biggest of its kind. The Psychic Friends Network charged $3.99 per minute early on and $4.99 years later. Since these calls often lasted around 30 minutes or more, the customers would often end up forking over around $120 to $150, sometimes daily, and sometimes at much higher quantities. And one of the strategies they used was one I mentioned earlier, which is celebrity endorsements.
And now your host, 5-time Grammy Award winner, Miss Dionne Warwick.
Hi, welcome to this mini edition of the Psychic Friends Network. Now, for those of you who've never seen this hit television show, let me tell you a little about the program which has introduced America to the best psychic phone service in the entire world. With the help of Psychic to the Stars, Linda Georgian, the very best psychics are available from their homes and offices to consult with you 24 hours a day.
Somehow, talking to the psychic just kind of, I don't know, it boosted my enthusiasm, like my confidence in myself. And I landed a job like a few days later.
The way they accomplished this was majorly in part because of the 900 number system, a deal which single-handedly allowed their success. But also ironically, it ended up destroying their empire, which we'll get to soon. Infomercial companies like the Psychic Friends Network had customers call a number with the first 3 digits being 900. Basically, they silently partnered up with the phone companies, who as a result received a portion of the revenue made, equaling hundreds of millions in new revenue. But these numbers didn't come from nowhere either. Phone psychic operators were trained and instructed to keep people on the phone as long as possible and by any means necessary. Over time, the gullible or lonely customers often even developed personal relationships with an operator, which only made their dependence worse. Some telepsychics have even looked back, expressing remorse for how they made their living entertaining the poor against their will in their unethical and fake ways, especially since their methods of predicting the future was often just a combination of intuition and asking broad questions. As you can imagine, this created a lot of guilt for a lot of these phone operators, some of which have gone on to tell their customers it was all fake. But for some reason, some of the customers even continued using the phone operators after finding that out. So it's a crazy, weird abuse you wouldn't even think of. Even more so considering that it was still booming by the mid-90s, continuing to make hundreds of millions for an ever-increasing amount of scumbags. As I've mentioned throughout the video, a lot of these customers of these early weird products like telepsychics or these self-help ads, they were often extremely lonely. Remember how I mentioned that the infomercials were aired during like the late hours of the night? I'm not saying all people who are night owls are lonely, especially since my sleep schedule is not always the best, but it definitely isn't normal to be paying multiple hundreds of dollars an hour to speak to a stranger who claims to be a psychic that you saw on TV. However, the bad business from these sort of companies wasn't just psychological. In some cases, companies would commit straight up fraud, if you don't count them lying about being psychics as fraud. Kevin Trudeau had a pretty controversial era, often appearing as a recurring villain to some, especially the US government. This was due to multiple occurrences of credit card fraud amongst other white-collar crimes, which led to a multi-year prison sentence, during which he ironically still continued to make millions. This was because even while locked up, his infomercials continued to run. It was to the point where other prisoners recognized him on TV.
What I really want to talk about now, is everyone's favorite subject. But studies have shown that a person's favorite subject is really themselves.
After jail, Kevin, who grew notable for his success with Mega Memory, didn't quite learn the lesson that the government was hoping he would, as he decided to create a pyramid scheme, which led to the SEC going after him, resulting in more charges, of course. And throughout all his legal troubles, a noticeable trend started to appear, and that was the government's fixation on the false claims he made, which brought us into this weird First Amendment territory. In the end, the government unsurprisingly continued to win again and again, often forcing Kevin to pay out millions upon millions in payments that were only technically not called fines in name, but they were pretty much fines. However, despite all the chances the government gave him, Kev just wouldn't quit, which a decade or so later led to a 10-year sentence in 2014, of which he ended up serving 8 years before getting released. These were the kinds of people that were running infomercials back in the day. Guys like Kevin weren't few and far between at all either. Many people like him littered the airspace. Another wild example is the ShamWow and Slapshop guys story, which, if you don't remember, went a little bit like this. Vince Offer, amongst a long list of other legal issues, notoriously almost had his tongue bit off by a prostitute during a physical altercation. In response to the lady not unclenching her jaw, Vince decided to start punching her in the face, which led to cuts and even fractures. Regardless of how you feel about his self-defense or whatever you might be thinking, there's no way you can argue by any means this is a good look of any kind. Somehow neither were charged following the incident, and Vince even claims the all-time low saved his life. It's ironic she went for the tongue, which is quite literally Vince's moneymaker. But maybe that wasn't by coincidence. This whole ordeal naturally went viral, leading to a pretty funny skit.
Okay, check this out. You're gonna love this.
What are you in here for?
I hired a hooker. She bit my tongue off. I beat the shit out of her. Okay, guys, you wanna get out of here? Of course you do. Okay, you tried everything. A spoon. Not on my watch. A file. Not happening. A rock hammer. In your dreams. Okay, what you need to do is you gotta get back to the classics. Okay? A cake with a saw inside of it. All right? Here you go. Boom. Bim bam bam. Ribby jam jam. A hooker tried to bite your tongue off?
Moral of the story is, by this point, there were a significant amount of oddballs and bad guys, which led to some pretty significant pushback from the good guys, or at least the not so bad guys with somewhat decent intentions in the industry. While a major pushback occurred in hopes of achieving some pretty serious damage control, it was kind of too late. A bunch of companies on the relatively ethical side of the infomercial game realized early on what would happen if their market got labeled with a bad image. So they attempted to join forces and create this code of ethics, with the purpose being to re-secure the credibility, which was worsening drastically following all these controversies. It worked a little bit, but tons of customers continued to get taken advantage of regardless, especially by many of the emerging fitness gurus and diet grifts, which first entered the scene in the early 90s and hastily took over. For example, think of supposed superfoods like apple cider vinegar, which can technically provide some health benefits, but are extremely overhyped as a cure-all to sell more product. However, like I went over earlier with Susan Powder, these often got exposed pretty quickly.
You can lose up to 10 pounds in 10 days. Sensational weight loss plan taken
You are about to meet someone you'll never forget. Her name is Susan Powder.
Although the infomercial epidemic wasn't going away that easily. And if you thought it couldn't get worse, through the mid-90s there was a surge of sales which came from the new 24-hour shopping networks. All ads, no shows, and billions of dollars. With channels like QVC and Home Shopping Network bringing the competition to a whole new level with increasingly extreme tactics.
No matter what you cut, no matter how many times you use it, this would dull an average knife. But Miracle Blade is not an average knife. Even a soda can is like butter. But the ultimate test, metal to metal.
But the harder the infomercials tried, the closer they were reaching to their inevitable end. One of the first major multi-million-dollar organizations to go down was the Psychic Friends Network, and this spelled a pretty dark future for those to come. Remember that little secretary phone deal I talked about earlier? Well, it finally came back to bite them. As massive bills built up among a larger percentage of their customers, an easy out to avoid paying them started to spread. What the customers would do is straight up unplug their phones and buy a new one. A strategy the Psychic Friends Network probably should have seen coming, especially since their target demographic tends to be pretty poor. But since this is the real world, someone had to pay those telephone companies, and that would be the Psychic Friends Network, who were now on the hook for millions and millions of unpaid tabs. So what happened is they went bankrupt and no one really came to replace them. However, they were far from the only ones that started taking on water during this era. At this point, the government started to crack down. A bunch of companies were getting popped for double billing and a ton of other financial abuses, like Kevin. On top of this, big names like Susan Powder and whistleblowers at a variety of psychic agencies started speaking out. This forced the government's hand in changing the rules, leading to a ton of forced disclaimers being implemented, including a statement at the start of each infomercial identifying itself as a paid advertisement and not undisputable truth.
The show you are watching is a paid program or advertisement. USA Network is not responsible for the claims and representations made by the sponsor.
But like we've seen time and time again, this didn't stop the infomercials from finding loopholes. Like bringing on so-called experts, then asking a bunch of leading questions to get false claims out the legal way. While the people making the infomercials thought they were protected under the First Amendment, they still got in trouble anyway. The government was getting them all one by one, which was mostly through fines and bans. And the government never fully caught up to this because by the time they would have, the new era of technology had already come. By the mid-2000s, reporters and investigators got wise and started exposing everything. This led, of course, to a bunch of big names in the game getting arrested. This was practically the end of the golden age, as the end was clearly near, sort of. As the years passed, TV viewership continued to tank in competition with a bunch of different internet-based platforms. The once populated airspace just wasn't what it used to be, and as a result, the infomercial industry began to crumble uncontrollably. As viewers' attention spans continued to go down, so did the commercial time. The old 30-minute segments decreased in quantity, with many adapting towards shorter form content. Advertising became more targeted, more covert, and a hell of a lot more complex. And while it died in the end, it's hard not to look back on how impressive it was that the infomercials were so successful. Regardless, with infomercials, people thought they were talking to experts, when in reality it was just random people. The target audience of infomercials was clearly the vulnerable, lonely, gullible, and desperate. And I know this is a bit dramatic because in a lot of cases it wasn't that deep, but you get the point. Like I hinted at earlier though, infomercials never really went away. Advertisers just adapted to new mediums like ads on YouTube videos, podcasts, and a bunch of short form stuff from other influencers. Similar to how they used to use celebrities for credibility, they still use the same tactics, developing varying artificial authority, trust, urgency, and emotional targeting, just in a much shorter form. Like for real, imagine watching a full 30-minute unskippable ad. Anyways, if you like this video, you might like my video on the death of celebrity culture, which definitely talks about how often they like to sell us products and get up in those TV commercials. So make sure to click the video that's on screen right now.
All right, brothers, hear me out, man. Sladely. Damn, you telling me there's an RTS game that looks very bleak and dark, and the combat is almost insane and all that? It's almost like this could have been a Warhammer 40k game in the grimdark universe with heavy industry and all that. I am shocked. And also, these vehicles are a little bit more detailed up close. What? I want. Good, very good. They even got like the lookalike towel, and they're still making it very grim, like a very dark, bleak setting. Interesting. Obviously, I don't understand this language, so I can't say.
If you're just diving into the lore of Warhammer 40,000, you've probably already been fed the fairy tale that Khorne isn't just the god of slaughter, but also a noble god of martial honor. Like, he despises killing the weak, values fair one-on-one duels, and is basically some grim cosmic samurai. And you know what? A long time ago, in the older editions of the lore, that was actually true. In a 2004 campaign, there was a story about a warband of unhinged Khornates who boarded a ship and butchered a crowd of defenseless pilgrims. Khorne disliked this so much that as punishment, he fused the Space Marines and their ship into a single giant chunk of squealing meat. This fleshy cube was doomed to eternally emerge from the warp in random places, filling the cosmos with the screams of the traitors welded into its hull. The main rule back then was, if you want to kill an unarmed man, at least give him a knife. But let's be real, the current blood god is no noble knight. He's more like a harsh, perpetually drunk dad who just has a favorite toy. Listen to this brilliant story. Once, Khorne's elite generals, including Skarbrand himself, decided to wage war on Slaaneish's realm. And to guarantee victory, they secretly snuck Khorne's favorite pet out of his inner sanctum, a giant brass scorpion the size of a freaking solar system. The scorpion started cheerfully devouring greater demons of pleasure until Slaanesh personally stepped out of the palace with a whip and began atomizing the Khornate demons. Just as her hand reached out to crush the brass scorpion, the heavens suddenly split open. Khorne's gigantic hand appeared, slapped Slaanesh's hand away, grabbed the scorpion, which at that moment was literally squeaking, "Dad, they're hitting me!" And with a mental shout of, "What are you doing with my toy?" dragged it back into his chambers. As for all his generals and demons who were hoping for divine backup, Khorne just left them there to die. Nobody escaped. So that's your new boss. He doesn't give a damn about any of you. All he wants is blood, skulls, and for no one to touch his metal bug. Welcome to the Eightfold Path. Here is your 8-step career ladder. You think that if you worship Khorne, your destiny is to rip off your shirt, grab a rusty axe, and run screaming straight into the barrels of heavy bolters? Wrong. Khorne is the god of war, and war requires logistics. At the first level, you get recruited into the Blood Pact. This is a highly organized cult that originated millennia ago on the planet Gura, and they fight just as well as the elite of the Imperial Guard. They have a chain of command, communication networks, officers, and even heavy armor like AT-70 Reaver tanks and light walkers known as stalk tanks. There is no blind madness here. Blood-packed soldiers sit in trenches, use snipers and las guns, proving that Khorne absolutely approves of militarism and strict tactical calculation. To join their ranks, you must pass an initiation with the warlord Orlok Gore. A recruit must ritually slash their palms on the jagged edges of his battle armor to prove their loyalty. And yes, they have Gore mages. Khorne hates classic sorcery, but these guys use blood magic to possess soldiers with demonic spirits, turning them into unstoppable berserkers. You are a cog in a perfectly tuned machine of slaughter. You've proven your efficiency, survived a bunch of battles, and earned a promotion. You become a Chaos Space Marine in the World Eaters Legion. Everyone already knows that at this stage, they hammer the butcher's nails into your skull. Archaeotech implants that replace part of your brain drive you insane and force you to experience unbearable agony until you dismember someone. That's basic knowledge. But here's what lore videos rarely talk about. What happens if you're a psyker? If you are a librarian of the World Eaters, the butcher's nails are a death sentence for you. The aggressive impulses of the implant are absolutely incompatible with the psychic gift. Right after the first surgeries, the librarians' heads literally began to explode from the overloads, or they died from sudden brain embolisms. Attempts to extract the nails also resulted in death. Eventually, the remaining psychers of the Legion refused the implantation and became outcasts among their own brothers, until every last one of them died trying to stop their Primarch Angren's demonic ascension on Nuceria. Chaos does not tolerate nerds in the ranks of its shock troops. Furthermore, forget the stereotype that World Eaters are drooling and moaning 24/7. If that were true, who would fly their spaceships? The Legion has its own berserker surgeons apothecaries who perform incredibly complex neurosurgeries to implant the nails. Outside of active combat, many of them are capable of cold calculation and logic. They only let the madness off the leash when it's tactically advantageous. Let's say you screwed up, or you just caught a warpsmith on a bad day. In the Imperium, you'd be turned into a servitor. With Khorne, things are much more fun. You get recycled into a demon engine. This isn't just a tank, it's a blasphemous fusion of metal and demonic rage. A warpsmith performs a ritual, forcibly dragging a demonic entity or your own tortured soul straight into the glowing hot chassis of a Lord of Skulls or a brass scorpion. The corruption instantly spreads through all the circuits and gears. The machine gains consciousness, and this consciousness experiences an endless, unquenchable thirst for blood. Khorne's demon engines are so aggressive and uncontrollable that outside of battle, they have to be kept on giant chains. Otherwise, they'll grind every living thing within a mile radius into mincemeat, not caring who is friend or foe. You become a very expensive, very angry excavator running on pure hatred whose mere presence brings ordinary humans to their knees in terror. If you still manage to stay in your own body and achieve success, your direct supervisor becomes Karn the Betrayer, and he is an incredibly motivated Gigachad. Karn is so powerful that he surpasses many demon princes, even though he remains mortal. In the current lore, the Arcs of Omen campaign, he single-handedly stormed an ancient Imperial battleship. 130 Space Marines, including 30 Ultramarine Terminators, were waiting for a single boarding torpedo, thinking they would easily fend it off. The ramps opened, and a second later, a holographic message from a captain cut in half echoed across the ship. "Run, it's Cairn!" Cairn slaughtered every single one of them, reached the Admiral, tore him to pieces, recorded his dying screams, and put them on an endless loop over the ship's voxcasters. But the most hilarious indicator of Karn's badassery is his brawl with Abaddon the Despoiler. Once Abaddon came to Karn and started talking to him like a dog. "You mad hound of Khorne, I throw you a bone, go and kill for me." Karn didn't answer, his body just twitched, and he silently lunged to chop the War Master of Chaos's face off. And here the true nature of weaponry in Warhammer is revealed. Abaddon wields Drachnian, the sword of the first murder, the doom of the human race, a blade that tears empires apart, and Karen just has an ancient chain axe. But with every strike of the axe against the sword, the great demonic blade Drachnian squealed, screamed, and tried to escape. All the magical, pompous power of primordial murder cowered before the absolutely pure, crystal clear, primal butchery that Karn embodies. Karn unleashed a frantic attack, caught the demonic sword with his kidney to lock it in place, and was already raising his axe for a fatal blow to Abaddon's head. The main villain of the setting was only saved because a gigantic bloodthirster literally fell from the sky and pinned Karn to the ground with its hoof. Now let's add a pinch of family drama worthy of a soap opera. If you think the Chaos Gods treat everyone equally, you're wrong. Korn adores Karn, so much so that Karn is the only mortal in the universe whose trophies get their own dedicated personal pile of skulls before the Skull Throne. And you know who this pisses off the most? Karn's own father, the demonic Primarch Angron. During the Siege of Terra, Angron completely lost his mind out of jealousy. Encountering his son, Angron delivered an incredibly tragic line. Karn, you have no idea how much he loves you. If I kill you, Karn, is it possible that his gaze will finally turn away from you? And after that, the giant demon prince started chasing his own son around, hoping to murder him just so the blood god would pay attention to him. Karn literally had to run for his life from his own dad. Fast forward to the current lore, the Arcs of Omen campaign, the Imperium once again decided it was the smartest guy in the room. Inquisitor Gloria Amagda found ancient archaeotech on the planet Malakbaled and decided to turn it into a coral engine, a localized astronomicon. The only problem? This thing ran on live humans. Psychers were strapped into special cradles where they burned out in apocalyptic agony over 3-5 days to fuel the beacon, after which fresh ones were tossed into the furnace. The Inquisitor flipped the beacon. Where they burned out in apocalyptic agony over 3-5 days to fuel the beacon, after which fresh ones were tossed into the furnace. The Inquisitor flipped the switch. The machine emitted a beam of light so blinding that warp storms dissipated and chaos forces across the entire sector started spontaneously combusting and exploding. But this bright, searing beacon light struck Angron's brain on the other side of the galaxy. The Red Angel went ballistic. He gathered a colossal armada, the greatest since the Horus Heresy, and split it into a perfect trident, while a giant arc of Omen rammed planetary defenses, causing tsunamis and shifting magnetic fields. Angron himself broke through right into the center of the Imperial formation aboard his flagship. What he pulled off next is pure cinema. Angron leaped out of his ship straight into the void of space. Using his own body like an artillery shell, he punched straight through an escort destroyer and teleported right onto the bridge of the Imperial flagship. His mere presence caused such warp pressure that gravity broke, the crew's blood geysered upward, and the fleet commander exploded in a second, leaving only a perfectly flayed skeleton on the command throne. And here comes the climax. Angron tears through millions of defenders, leaving his sons to die under the crossfire of titans, and bursts into the sanctum of the Coral Engine. Dozens of Grey Knights pile onto him. They shoot him with psi cannons, pelt him with grenades, and smash him with Nemesis Daemon hammers. But then the unbelievable happens. When Angron absorbs the searing, concentrated light of the beacon, the light of the Emperor himself, this light burns the corruption out of his brain. For a fraction of a second, the butcher's nails fall silent. For the first time in 10,000 years, Angron hears silence. The pain vanishes, the anger disappears. In that single instant, crystal clear sanity returns to the daemonic Primarch, and he realizes one simple thing: he doesn't want to die, he just wants peace. But the Chaos Gods have other plans. Behind Angron in the warp, the figure of Khorne himself rises. The Blood God gathers the fury of trillions of deaths across the galaxy and strikes with a blade capable of cleaving space and time. This blow passes through Angron, using him as a conduit, and shatters the coral engine to splinters. Angron dissolves into nothingness, praying that this death will finally be permanent, but the warp just spits him back out into reality, forcing the nails to pound with renewed vigor. The destruction of the beacon births the murder curse. A wave of Khorne's pure fury washes over the sector. Loyal Space Marines and fanatical Sisters of Battle instantly go insane. Their eyes fill with blood, and they start tearing out the hearts of their own comrades, reveling in the... But what awaits you at the very end? You died. No more orders, no more pain. Darkness? Good morning, employee. Welcome to the Brass Citadel. Your soul falls into the warp, and you respawn as a bloodletter, a horned, hunched, red-skinned daemon wielding a hellblade. Khorne's domain isn't just fields of bones. The realm itself is alive and aggressive. The heavens constantly wage war against the earth. Bloody lightning strikes from the sky, and volcanoes respond by erupting streams of molten brass burning the clouds. You stand on the shore of a river of boiling blood miles wide that sucks in daydreaming demons. Your job hasn't changed. You stand in a formation, in multiples of 8, waiting to be sent back to the real world. But on weekends, you get corporate entertainment. Once, the orc warboss Tuska Demon Killa purposely flew into the Eye of Terror just to pick a fight. And Khorne enjoyed this pure, unadulterated orc joy of battle so much that he resurrects Tuska and his boys every morning at the walls of the Citadel, so you can butcher each other for all eternity. Because in Khorne's system, there are no promotions, no retirement, no victory. You are merely fuel for a god who will sit on a throne of skulls and wait until the galaxy burns in 8 apocalyptic ages of war. Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne. Smash that like button as fiercely as Angron punches through a battleship hull, and subscribe to the channel. Otherwise, in the next battle, you'll be the one getting the butcher's... You were 2 weeks old when the machine took you, not implanted. Not augmented in the way an Astartes is augmented, with organs added one at a time across years of surgery and gene seed therapy. The Emperor built something else for you. Something that works at the genetic level, the moment you're born, before you've done anything except exist. One machine, one process, total transformation. And it happened so early that there was never a you before it that anyone would recognize. Every custodian who has ever existed went through this. Every Lord of Terra, by ancient law, surrenders their child within 14 days of birth. That child goes into the machine. What comes out, eventually, after years of growth on an accelerated and frankly horrifying timeline, is you. 9 feet of genetically perfected humanity in gold armor, sworn to stand in one place for the rest of your existence. Guarding a god who can no longer speak. There are exactly 10,000 slots for what you are. Not 9,999. Not 10,001. 10,000 set by the machine itself, and the machine will not make a new custodian until an old one's slot opens up. This is your life. Let's talk about how strange it actually is. The machine that makes you isn't really a machine in the sense of gears and servos. It's closer to an alchemical process. something the Emperor built during a period of human history so far back that technology and magic stopped meaning anything useful. It runs on 10,000 templates, 10,000 patterns, each one slightly different, each one producing a custodian with a particular genetic baseline. Here's the part that should bother you more than it does. The machine can sense, somehow, whether a given template is currently in use. If template 4471 currently belongs to a living, breathing custodian somewhere in the Imperium, the machine will not produce a new custodian from template 4471. It simply won't. The slot is occupied. Try again later. When that custodian falls, the slot opens. The machine notices. And the next infant assigned that same template will grow up to be, on a genetic level, almost the same person as the one who came before. Nobody fully understands how the machine knows this. The leading theory is that becoming a custodian doesn't just change your body. It changes your soul. A piece of the Emperor's own essence gets grafted onto you during the process, in exchange for a piece of whatever you would have been. The machine isn't tracking genetic templates. It's tracking souls. It knows when one of its templates has gone quiet because the soul attached to it has gone quiet too. This is, structurally, almost identical to how a daemon prince works. A being that was once something else, fundamentally altered by a transaction with a power vastly beyond them, carrying a fragment of that power inside themselves from that point forward. Nobody in the Adeptus Custodes describes it this way out loud, for reasons that should be obvious, but the mechanics line up close enough that the comparison gets made anyway, quietly, by people who study these things. You are, in the most literal sense, the lore allows, partly made of the Emperor. This is either the highest honor available to any human being, or the most unsettling thing about your entire existence. Not all 10,000 of you turn out the same, even running off the same templates. Some custodians are described almost playfully, long-lived beyond simple Astartes tier longevity. They possess a vitality and constitution that lets them serve for centuries without the wear you'd expect. These custodians are sometimes referred to, informally, with affectionate envy by their brothers, as the lucky draws. Others don't get that draw. Some custodians, after 50 or 80 years of active duty, start to break down in ways that would be unremarkable for an ordinary human. But for something built the way you're built, those failures are deeply strange. Joint problems, tremors, repetitive motion damage from decades of wielding a guardian spear in the same stances, over and over, until something in the wrist or the shoulder simply wears past the point the template anticipated. When this happens, there's a path. These custodians don't get put out to pasture in any conventional sense, because there's no conventional sense available for someone like you. Instead, they're given an assignment that sounds like the strangest retirement plan in the Imperium. Become one of the eyes of the Emperor. There are exactly 270 of these positions. The number is fixed, the same way the 10,000 is fixed, and nobody explains why it's specifically 270. The eyes of the Emperor are custodians who leave Terra, sometimes permanently, and station themselves at points scattered across the Imperium, observing. What they observe, who they report to, and what happens with that information is something the Adeptus Custodes does not discuss with anyone. Other Imperial institutions know the eyes exist, but nobody outside the Custodes seems to know the full picture of the network. The simplest explanation, and probably the correct one, is surveillance. The Emperor built an intelligence network using his own most trusted servants, positioned across the galaxy. They watch for threats that the standard Imperial bureaucracy might miss or be too compromised to report honestly. 270 sets of eyes answer only to the throne, for as long as each custodian holding that position continues to function. And this is where the genetic template system runs into its strangest implication. Remember, the machine will not produce a new custodian from a template that is currently in use. A custodian who becomes an Eye of the Emperor doesn't fall in the conventional sense. They're not destroyed in battle. They're reassigned, alive and functional, stationed very far from Terra with a mandate that apparently never officially ends, which means the template is still occupied, still alive, and the slot doesn't open. So if you want a new custodian built from that genetic line, that template, and that fragment of the Emperor's essence, there's only one way it happens. The Eye has to stop functioning. Not retire, not get recalled, but actually end somewhere out in the galaxy. The records suggest this does happen, with what looks from the outside like a grim kind of regularity. An aging custodian sent to the eyes eventually meets something out there in the dark corners of the Imperium. Something finishes what decades of duty started. Sometimes it is described as a final battle against something genuinely terrible, a last act of service against a threat too significant for anyone else nearby. Sometimes the framing is vaguer, just an acknowledgement that an eye's tenure has ended without much explanation. Either way, the slot opens. The machine notices. Somewhere on Terra, 14 days after a Lord's child is born, that template gets used again. A new custodian, genetically almost identical to the one who just died at the edge of the Imperium, begins becoming who they are going to be. If the math here is bothering you, it should. 270 eyes, drawn from a pool of 10,000 custodians, means roughly 1 in 37 of you will eventually end up out there, watching and waiting for whatever finally catches up with you. The rest stand on Terra, or accompany the small handful of custodians who go to war for the entirety of their existence. This creates an odd cultural split inside the Adeptus Custodes that almost never gets discussed openly. There is the Terra-bound majority, custodians who serve their entire functional lifespan within the Imperial Palace or its immediate vicinity. They fight, when they fight at all, in defense of the throne world itself. They eventually either fall in that defense or simply continue indefinitely doing exactly what they've always done. Then there is the minority who know, once their joints start to ache and reassignment is discussed, that their final chapter will happen somewhere else. Somewhere they have never been, doing something they will not be told about in advance, ending in a way that nobody back on Terra will fully explain, even to the custodian who eventually takes over their template. You don't get to choose which category you end up in. The genetic lottery decided that before you were old enough to have an opinion about it. The same lottery decided whether you'd be long-lived and low complaint, or one of the ones whose wrists start failing after 8 decades of spear drills. The part of your existence that the lore treats with the most weight has nothing to do with genetics, templates, or the machine. During the Horus Heresy, the Emperor and the Legio Custodes fought a battle almost nobody talks about because almost nobody was there to see it. While Horus tore the Imperium apart in real space, the Emperor was inside the webway. He fought on a battlefield that existed across multiple dimensions at once. He was trying to complete a project that might have changed everything if it had finished in time. It didn't finish in time. The Emperor's body failed. The custodians who had fought beside him on that impossible battlefield carried what remained of their lord back to Terra. And there, they did something that defines your chapter to this day. They placed him on the golden throne. And then they swore an oath. The oath wasn't a victory oath. It was an oath of penance. In the aftermath of the heresy, the Adeptus Custodes formally acknowledged that they had failed. Not failed to fight hard enough, not failed in courage, but failed at the one job that mattered more than any other, keeping their charge safe enough that this outcome never happened. They donned mourning robes, black instead of the gold they're known for, and they made a decision that shaped the next 10,000 years. They sat out the Great Scouring. While every other loyal force pursued the traitors across the galaxy in a campaign of retribution, the custodians stayed on Terra. They didn't join the hunt, seek revenge, or chase closure like every other loyalist faction was doing. They stood their posts in mourning black, contemplating what the records call their ultimate failure. While the rest of the Imperium fought a war they had arguably earned the right to join more than almost anyone. This is the context every custodian inherits. You weren't there for the heresy. None of the currently serving custodians were. But the oath was not personal. It was institutional. And it has never been formally lifted. Every custodian standing watch now is still observing a penance that began 10,000 years ago. A penance for a failure that happened before any currently serving custodian's template was even in use. From the outside, people tend to see only the surface, golden armor, perfect bodies, the literal best soldiers the Imperium can produce. They stand in a palace, looking magnificent. Deploying even a handful of them to a war zone is treated as a borderline strategic event. What that surface misses is what it is actually like to be one of them. You were taken before you could remember not being this. Your genetic template might belong to someone who already lived an entire life as you decades ago, somewhere on the other side of the galaxy, before meeting whatever finally ended their watch. You carry a fragment of something that is not entirely human inside you, grafted on while everything else about you was being rebuilt. The closest comparisons the lore offers for what that means are not comforting. You might be one of the lucky templates, built for centuries of uncomplicated service. Or you might be one of the ones whose body starts failing in your 80s. Then your reward for decades of perfect service is reassignment to one of 270 postings, somewhere you have never been, for a purpose nobody will fully explain. A posting that ends only when you do. Underneath all of it, regardless of template, posting, or how long your machine-given body holds out, you stand watch as part of an oath that was never about you personally. An oath sworn by custodians 10,000 years dead for a failure that happened before your template existed. Nobody has ever formally said that oath is over. The armor is gold. The reputation is the best the Imperium has. But every single one of you carries something much older and much heavier than a spear. The watch continues. It always has. As far as anyone currently serving knows, it always will.